Good morning, everyone. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Code Section 2576 of the Open Meetings Act, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. This meeting has been conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies during the public health emergency. Pursuant to this guidance, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the district's central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically pursuant to Mayor's Order 2020-054. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Rima Wahabzada.
Rima Wahabzada, present.
Ms. Rafi Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, present.
Ms. Jenny Hansen.
Jenny Hansen, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis.
Edward Grandis, present.
The board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 6 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for our IT specialist to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature or email simone.andrews2@dc.gov. Our first order of business today is case number 20CC00088, Greenway Liquors, license number 75614. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the government and the licensee in this case, please?
Sure, stand by. Mr. or Ms. Singh, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Klein, your rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Who's the government? I thought Mr. Louis was the representing the government this morning. Is he on the line?
Mr. Louis is not on the line. Oh, Mr. Adams is here for the government. One moment. Mr. Adams, your rights have been elevated.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Walter.
Good morning, everyone. If you have a camera, please enable your camera, please. Good morning, Mr. Adams, can you please identify yourself for the record, please, and spell your name, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Walter Adams. I'm representing the District of Columbia, spelled WALTER ADAMS. I had to think about that for a second.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Mr. Klein, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
My apologies, Mr. Chair. Mr. Klein is for the next case.
I'm sorry, Ms. Singh, can you please, if you have a camera, please enable the camera, or please unmute your microphone. Can you please identify yourself for the record? Please spell your name, please.
डैडी अपना कैमरा ना अपना माइक्रोफोन ऑन कर जेरे
I
पहला
cannot hear you well, Mr. Singh.
ऑप्शन तो मैं ऑन कर दे
Uh, Mr. Singh, I think you're having some issues, so I can't hear you clearly.
यस डैडी फोन दिखा अपना
I'm sorry, it sounds like, are you on two lines, sir?
यस सर
All right. Can you spell your first name and your last name and identify your relationship to this case, please?
Yes, sir. My name is Jaswinder, Jaswinder. First name. The last name is Singh, Singh.
And what is your relationship to Greenway Liquor, sir?
I am the owner, sir.
All right, thank you. Mr. Adams, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Mr. Chairman, there are no preliminary matters in this case.
All right, thank you, Mr. Adams. Mr. Adams and Mr. Singh, this matter will be scheduled for a show cause hearing at a date to be determined. The agency will advise you both of the date and time of the show cause hearing. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you.
You can go, Mr. Singh. Your case is over. All right, thank you. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 19 CMP 00203, District Anchor, license number 100517. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee for District Anchor, please?
Mr. Chair, the licensee is not on the line.
All right, this matter was scheduled for show cause hearing. This matter was scheduled for show cause status hearing at 10:30. It's now 10:51. Mr. Adams, can you please identify yourself for the record? Excuse me, please identify yourself for the record, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Walter Adams, representing the District of Columbia.
The licensee is not here. I'm sorry, District Anchor. Give me 1 second, please. The licensee is not. I'm looking to see when the licensee was served. I don't have the information when the licensee was served, but it's my understanding that the licensee was served by the agency. However, I do not have a date and time for the show cause hearing. The agency will advise both the government and the licensee for the date and time for the show cause hearing for District Anchor. All right, thank you. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 20 CMP 00021, Anna Restaurant and Bar, license number 98684. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee, please?
Sure, stand by. Mr. Klein, your rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Adams. Can you please identify yourself?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Walter Adams, representing the District of Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Mr. Klein, can you please identify yourself for the record and spell your name, sir?
Yes, Andrew Klein on behalf of the licensee. Name is spelled Andrew, Andrew, Klein, Kline.
All right, thank you, Mr. Klein. Mr. Adams, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Mr. Chairman, there are no preliminary matters. The parties cannot offer and to make a proposal for offering a compromise at this time.
All right, thank you. All right, then this matter will be scheduled for a show cause hearing at a date to be determined. Mr. Adams and Mr. Klein, the agency will provide you dates for the show cause hearing. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 20 CC 00074, Wine and Butter, license number 105990. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case, please?
Sure, stand by. Mr. or Ms. Souza, your rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Mr. Adams, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm Walter Adams. I represent the District of Columbia.
And Mr. or Mrs. Souza, I can't see you, so can you please identify yourself for the record and please say and spell your name for the record, please?
Attila Suzer, A-T-I-L-L-A. Last name is Suzer, S-U-Z-E-R.
Thank you, Mr. Souza. All right, Mr. Adams, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Mr. Chairman, the parties cannot propose an offer and compromise at this time, so there are no preliminary matters, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Mr. Adams. Mr. Adams and Mr. Souza, this matter will be scheduled for a show cause hearing at a date to be determined. The agency will provide you shortly with a date and time for the show cause hearing. Thank you very much and have a great day.
You too, sir. Thank you.
All right. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 19 CMP 00186, 801 Restaurant and Bar, license number 103120. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case, please?
Sure, stand by. Mr. Klein, your rights have been elevated. And that's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Adams, can you please identify yourself on the record, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Walter Adams, representing the District of Columbia.
Mr. Adams, I'm sorry, Mr. Klein, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, Andrew Klein on behalf of the applicant. The applicant may also be here, Mr. Heidenberger.
Ms. Andrews, is there a Mr. Heidenberger on the line?
He was on the line earlier, but he's not anymore.
Okay, no worries.
You're
I'm here for the applicant.
You sure about that, Mr. Klein? We can, or you want to take a break for us to find your client? It's up to you.
No, that's okay. We have an OIC to present, so I don't. I thought he would be here, and if he is, I'd want him on. But if he's not, that's fine.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Adams. Since Mr. Klein kind of let the cat out of the bag, so I'm going to act like I am surprised. So let me ask the question that I don't know the answer of. Are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, as Mr. Klein has stolen my thunder, there is a preliminary matter in this case.
What is the preliminary matter, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, for the charge in this case, the parties have discussed it and have to negotiate a settlement, and we're proposing offer and compromise in which the establishment receives a written warning to resolve this case.
Thank you. Mr. Klein, it's my understanding that there's an OIC, and the OIC that the government has stated that there is a written warning. Is this your understanding of the OIC, sir?
Yes, it is, Mr. Chairman.
Is it your client's understand? Is your client aware that by accepting an OIC that they're giving up their right to a hearing?
Yes.
Is your client also aware that by accepting an OIC that they're giving up their right to appeal?
Yes.
With that said, I make a motion that the offer and compromise of a written warning be accepted. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Mr. Cato. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. Thank you, Mr. Klein. Thank you, Mr. Adams, for providing OIC to the board. Thank you very much and have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Bye-bye. And the next case in our calendar is case number 20 CMP 00028, Friendship Macaron Vibes, license number 113227. This hearing is canceled due to the dismissal of the case by the government. See board order number 2021-097. Thank you, Mr. Adams. We are at the conclusion of our morning agenda, and what I'm going to do for our morning agenda, I'm going to do our licensing agenda, and I'm also going to do. So let me do the licensing agenda that were discussed earlier this morning. So I'll do the licensing agenda agendas. The first matter on the licensing agenda is a review application for a stipulated license with letter of ANC support to operate a new ABC establishment. This is for the Boil and Crab, license number 117332. I make a motion that we approve the stipulated license request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Mr. Grandis. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter on our licensing agenda is a review application for a stipulated license with letter of ANC support to operate a new ABC establishment. This is for Vibes on H, license number 117753. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter on our licensing agenda is a review application for a stipulated license with letter of ANC support to operate a new ABC establishment. This is for Widget Wine, license number 117634. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Mr. Grandis. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter on our licensing agenda is a review request to remove license from safekeeping upon completion of renovations in order to reopen in March of 2021. This is from the Kimpton Carlisle, license number 112302. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on a motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter on our licensing agenda is a review application for safekeeping of license. This is for 812 Lounge, license number 095164. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2021. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Excuse me, Mr. Grandis. Mr. Grandis. Mr. Grandis, I can't hear you, so give me an up or no. Mr. Grandis has raised his hand, so Mr. Grandis is in agreement, and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. The next matter on our agenda is review request to add a distillery pub endorsement to the license. This is for Service Bar, license number 103008. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. The next matter on our agenda is review license to increase total occupancy load of the establishment, adding additional capacity on the first floor and expanding to the second floor. The request is made by Hewitt Ethiopian Restaurant and Market, license number 100297. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis,
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Hanson, Ms. Hanson,
Agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. The next request is the review application for change of hours for Elmira Market, license number 117457. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Rima Wabzada, seconds.
Ms. Wabzada second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I
Ms. Wabzada,
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. The next request is a review application for change of hours. This is from Murdoch's Supermarket, license number 105822. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Cato,
Cato, I
Ms. Wabzada,
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. The next request is the review application for manager's license. This is for Martin W. Johnson, license number 116824. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote in the motion. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. The next matter is review application for manager's license for Mohammed K. Ezhad, ERSHAD, license number 117834. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. We now move to our supplemental licensing agenda. And the first matter on our supplemental license agenda is a review application for stipulated license with letter of agency support to operate a new ABC establishment. This is Matchbox license number 116777. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our cancellation agenda. The ABC Board will be canceling the following licenses for the reasons outlined below. District Bottega, license number 116601. The licensee requests cancellation. I make a motion that the license be canceled. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Mr. Grandis. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our docket. The docket is requests being made by licensees for changes to their license. I will review the names of the applicants, their class type, and what is being requested at the end of the list. Then I'll make a motion that we approve the orders. The first request is being made by BR Fine Wine and Spirits, license number 116730. They are a Class A liquor store. The request is for trade name change application. The new name will be Classy Corks and Spirits. The next request is a request made by Glassy, license number 117346. They are a retailer C restaurant. This is a new ABC license application. The next request is made by Get Plated, license number 117821. They are a caterer, and this is a new ABC license application. The next request has been made by Barcelona, license number 97610. They are a retailer, a C restaurant. This is an upstream of ownership transfer application. The next request is being made by Barcelona Wine Bar, license number 89785. This is a restaurant, retailer C restaurant. This is a upstream of ownership transfer application. The next request is from To Be Determined, which was formerly Rebellion, license number 117784. They are a retailer C restaurant. This is transfer without sale application. They're asking for safekeeping. The next request is a request made by Amiga Moy, license number 117816. They are a retailer C restaurant. This is a transfer with sale application. The next request is a request made by The Lounge, license number 117238. They are a retailer C nightclub. This is a new ABC license application. The next request has been made by Vitas Vinos, license number 117358. They are a retailer A liquor store. This is a new ABC license application. The next request is a request made by Breakthrough Beverage, license number 60518. They are a wholesaler A. This is a gift and loan application for 2 dozen roses. Can all board members please put their phones on mute, please? The next request is being made by Imperfecto, license number 117839. This is a retailer C restaurant. This is a transfer without sale application. The next request is a request made by AMC Theaters Georgetown 14, license number 099-730. This is a Retailer C restaurant. This is a change of officer application to name Sean David Goodman, Executive Vice President, CFO, and Director. The next request has been made by Suburban Liquors, license number 117766. This is a Retailer A liquor store. This is a transfer with sale application. The next request has been made by Mirror Lounge, license number 111950. This is a Retailer C Tavern. This is a Summer Garden endorsement application. The next request is made by Kenilworth Market, license number 087818. They are a Retailer A liquor store. This is a stock transfer application. The next request is a request made by DNA Lounge, license number 117571. They are a Retailer C Tavern. This is a new ABC license application. The next request is request made by William Hill Sports Book, license number 117580. They are a Retailer C Tavern. This is a new ABC license application. The next and the last request is a request made by Naraya, license number 117511. They are a Retailer C restaurant. This is a new ABC license application. I make a motion that the ABC board approves all the requests that I just read that was on our docket for today. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato, second.
Mr. Cato, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that was properly seconded by Mr. Cato. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our one-day docket. And the request on our one-day docket, it's a request to have a wedding on February 28th, 2021. And this is a one-day license class F. The license number is Conrad Schilling had requested this license. The license number is 117845. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Mr. Grandis. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. We have now come to the end of our morning agenda and morning calendar. The board will be in recess until our 1:30 hearing. And the board, I now recommend to the board members that we log off and return to our executive committee for further conversations. Thank you very much, and I'll see you the public at 1:30. All right. We're on the record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the public meeting of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. We have 5 other members who have joined me today. The 5 other members who are also online with me today are Mr. Bobby Keita, Ms. Rima Wahabzada, Ms. Rafi Crockett, Ms. Jenny Hansen, and Mr. Edward Grandis. With there being 6 members, we do have a quorum to conduct business. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of this hearings is understood by everyone. There are currently 3 matters scheduled for this afternoon's hearing, this afternoon's hearing calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for our IT specialist to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case is not being heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all camera and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature or email simone.andrews2@dc.gov. What I'm going to do first before I go on the calendar, I'm going to do our legal agenda. And the first matter on our legal agenda is to review an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated February 22nd, 2021 for case number 19 CMP 00214, Champion Kitchen, license number 103055. The offer in compromise that was reached between the government, that was proposed between the government and the licensee, it's charge 1, it's the increase the occupancy of the licensed establishment. The statutory authority is DC Official Code Section 25762B1. The fine is a fine of $4,000 to be paid within 120 days, or the license will be suspended until the fine is paid. That is the only charge in the OIC for this matter, Champion Kitchen. I make a motion that we accept this OIC. Is there a second?
Wahabzada seconds.
Ms. Wahabzada second the motion. I will now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Wahabzada. Mr. Keita?
Bobby Keita.
Ms. Wahabzada?
Wahabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett?
Ms. Crockett, I disagree.
Ms. Hansen?
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis?
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-1 with Ms. Crockett in disagreement. The second matter on our legal agenda is a review of a request to reinstate dismissed application dated February 9th, 2021. This is in the Charles Corner matter, license number 094783. I make a motion that we, yes. Yeah, I'm sorry. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Mr. Grandis. Mr. Keita?
Bobby Keita, I agree.
Ms. Wahabzada?
Wahabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett?
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hansen?
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis? Mr. Grandis?
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter on our legal agenda is a review of an appeal of rejected protest due to untimely filing dated February 10th, 2020. This is in Charcoal Town, license number 117535. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Nawab Zada seconds.
Ms. Wabzada second the motion. We now have a roll call vote in the motion that has been properly seconded by Ms. Wabzada. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Nawab Zada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter on our agenda is a review of response from ABRA to the appeal of rejected protests in the charcoal town matter, license number 117535. This is now a moot issue. The next matter on our agenda is a review request to reinstate canceled license dated February 3rd, 2021. This is in Tony's Place, license number 102914. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Nawab Zada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. I just want to remind all board members, please only unmute your phone when you're about to speak. All right. The next matter on our legal agenda is a review of a settlement agreement between ANC2E and Apparel, license number 116925. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote in the motion with properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Nawab Zada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter on our legal agenda is a review of the Metropolitan Police Department reimbursable detailed subsidy program hours of eligibility notice of second emergency rulemaking. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Nawab Zada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. And the last matter on our legal agenda is the review of the reappointment of Fred Musali for a 4-year term as Director of the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Nawab Zada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. I'm sorry to keep on saying this, but I do remind all board members to please keep your phone on mute. The public can hear all the chatter and the noise in the background. So I'm just please reminding you that unless you are speaking, please mute your microphone. All right, let's now go to our afternoon calendar. The first matter on our afternoon calendar, I'm going to call the two cases, the cases that's on the calendar, I'm going to call them out of order. So the first case I will be calling, hold on please. The first case I will be, but before I do that, because I want to make sure that I do not forget. The first case, I'm calling the cases out of order. The first cases that I'll be calling, that I'll call is case number 19 CMP 00214 Champion Kitchen, license number 103055. This hearing is canceled. The parties offered an offer in compromise. And as you see, the board on its legal agenda voted to accept the offer in compromise by a vote of 5-1. The next matter on our agenda is case number 20 CMP 00047, Penn Social, license number 86808. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee, who I think is Mr. O'Brien, and the government, I believe, and the government for this case, please.
Sure, stand by. Mr. O'Brien, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Puente, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Ortiz, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Dawson, your rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. All right, good afternoon, everyone. All right, can we have the parties introduce themselves for the record, starting with the government, please?
Good afternoon, board members. Stephen Ortiz on behalf of the District of Columbia.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ortiz. Mr. O'Brien?
Stephen O'Brien on behalf of the respondent licensee. And I believe Jeffrey Dawson, who's the principal of the licensee, should be on with us also.
Mr. Dawson, can you please identify yourself for the record? Please spell and state your name, please. I see that you're there, Mr. Dawson. I'm not sure if you'll have unmute your microphone.
I think I'm unmuted now.
Yes, go ahead. Yes.
Okay,
Jeff your name, yes.
Jeff Dawson, Geoff, last name Dawson, Dawson, with Penn Social.
All right, thank you. I see that Mr. Puente is off on the line. So, Mr. Puente, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, investigator Kevin Puente, Kevin Puente.
Thank you, Mr. Puente. All right, Mr. Ortiz, this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing. Are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, the parties have entered into an offer in compromise. I would like to inform the board of.
And what is that, please?
As to charge one, made a substantial change in operation without board approval. The term is to have a warning. Also, the establishment shall file an application for license class change within 30 days. As to charge two, the establishment's business activities do not conform to the requirements of a multi-purpose facility. That charge is dismissed.
Is that the terms of the OIC, sir?
Yes.
Mr. O'Brien, it's my understanding that there's an OIC, and Mr. Ortiz, he just repeated the terms of the OIC. Is this your understanding? Is this you and your client's understanding of the terms of the OIC?
Yes, sir. Mr. Ortiz has correctly stated our agreement.
Is your client aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that they're giving up their right to appeal?
Yes, Mr. Dawson's aware of that, yes.
And is your client also aware? Could everyone please unmute their telephone with the exception of Mr. O'Brien, please? Is your client also aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that they're giving up their right to appeal this matter?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. I then make a motion that the offer in compromise as stated in the record by Mr. Ortiz be accepted. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter therefore passes 6-0. I would like to thank the parties for settling this matter on terms that are agreeable to both parties. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 19 CMP 00173, Uproar, license number 92012. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the parties? I believe the attorney for the government is Mr. Louis. I think it's Thomas Martin, and I'm not sure who are the other witnesses in this case.
Sure, I'm going to take a moment to dismiss the parties from the
Sure.
proceedings.
That's fine, thank you.
Ms. Churong, your rights have been elevated. Ms. Glasgow, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Louis, your rights have been elevated. And Mr. Martin, your rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews. All right, good afternoon, everyone. This is a show cause hearing. All right, the show cause hearing, so we will start. We'll ask the parties to introduce themselves for the record, starting with the government.
Good afternoon, board members. John Louis on behalf of the government. That's JOHN LUI.
Good afternoon, Mr. Louis. Mr. Martin, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Good afternoon, board members. Thomas Martin on behalf of Uproar, and I'm joined by two witnesses, Ms. Tammy Trong and Mr. Jay Thornton.
Ms. Trong, can you please say and spell your name for the record, please? Ms. Trong, can you please say or state your name for the record, please? While we're waiting for her, Mr. Louis, I see that, do you have any witnesses that you were planning to call for this case?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson.
And who's
the government, the district will be calling investigator Rhoda Glasgow.
Ms. Glasgow, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Rhoda Glasgow, RHODA GLASGOW.
Thank you. Ms. Trong, are you there? Who's the other witness that you have, Mr. Martin?
Mr. Jay Thornton.
Mr. Thornton, are you there? Are you able to, I see that Ms. Trong, I see her name, but she's not responding. Maybe she can send an email. If she's having some technical issues, she can send an email or put something in the chat and Ms. Andrews will assist her.
Understood. Would you like for me to take a moment to see if I can find out what's going on?
Yes, sir. We'll be off the record for until she comes on. So we're off the record until you're able to find out what's going on with her.
All right. Thank you. Excuse me, Mr. Anderson. I was able to speak with my client. She's having technical challenges. Is there a number or a person who could either reach out to her, or I can give Ms. Strong a number to call in for some assistance?
Ms. Andrews, there's the meeting ID and information is in the chat. She can send an email to Simone, SIMONE, .Andrews, .Andrews2@dc.gov. The call-in number, though, is in the chat. So the call-in number, if she wants to call in, is 650-479-3208. And the meeting ID is 160-524-1049.
Understood.
The information is in the chat if she wants to call in.
All right. Thank you, sir. Be right back.
All right. We're still not on the record. I will, once she comes on, then we will officially go back on the record.
Mr. Chair, I do see Mr. Christopher Thornton joined. Do you want me to elevate his rights?
Yes, please elevate his rights.
It seems like he's in some technical difficulties too, because I'm not allowed to elevate his rights. Just stand by.
Thank you. I think Ms. Strong is going to be calling in momentarily.
I believe Mr. Thornton was having, so we were trying to elevate his rights, but he might be having some concerns too.
Yeah, she said she got on for a moment and then was disconnected.
All right.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I am unable to make Mr. Thornton a panelist, but I can unmute his line. Mr. Thornton, I'm going to go ahead and unmute your line. You can announce yourself.
Hold on, is he there? I'll wait till Ms. Strong. We're not on the record yet, so but is he there? Mr. Thornton, are you there?
He's here, and I'm unmuting him, but he's continuing to mute himself. Okay.
Mr. Thornton, are you there, sir? We need to see if we can solve the technological issue that both Mr. Thornton and Ms. Strong is having, because I prefer if someone is going to testify, if I'm going to swear them in, and if I need to make a determination on, if the board needs to make a determination on credibility, I would want to see the people while they are testifying. So let's try to see if we can fix fix the technological issues that they're having. I know that we've had a previous hearing with these parties and we didn't have a problem. They did not have a problem participating in the hearing. So it's based on the equipment that they're using, they can participate in the issue. So let's try to figure out how is it that we can get them using both their microphones and their camera.
Can anybody hear me? This is Mr. Thornton speaking.
I can hear Mr. Thornton, but he's way in the background. It's like he's, can Mr. Martin, if you can text Mr. Thornton, is there any way he can try to be online so we can look at him? Because, I mean, I know that based on our we had a previous hearing with these parties and they were able to do that. So I know that they are able to participate on camera. So see if we can figure out what the problem that they're having so they can participate on camera this time.
Understood. Trying to do that
As I
now.
said, they can send an email. They can send an email to simone.andrews2@dc.gov, and maybe she can send them an invitation to the meeting if they email her. So you can let them know they can email her, and if there's an issue, she can maybe send them a new invitation, a new link, so they can participate.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Chung has called in. Her line has been unmuted.
I would prefer, I would prefer if she's able to participate using the camera. I mean, she's going to testify, and I prefer, if possible, I'll prefer that I can look at someone that if they're testifying, I can look at someone when I swear them in. So if that's not possible, yes, I'll do it on the telephone. But if it's my understanding that she was online and then for a short minute and then something happened. Maybe what she can do is to start over again to log in and to see but that's because I saw her name appear on the screen. I just didn't see her. So I saw her name appeared on the screen earlier. So maybe she can try again. If she tries again, if it doesn't work, then fine, we will have her testify on the telephone.
Meeting number 160-5.
I hear someone speaking in the background. I don't know who that is. So it appears that someone on the telephone. So we can hear you. So I just want to say that. I would prefer if you're able to try one more time to log in. If you are experiencing those same problems where you're unable to log in using a camera feature, then fine. We'll move forward with the hearing with you being on the telephone. Are they trying to log in or are they giving up? Do you know, Mr. Martin? Are they If they decide that, okay, we can't get in, so we'll participate on the telephone, or are they gonna try to log in?
I believe they're still trying. It's my understanding.
We're trying to log, can anybody hear me?
Yes, I can hear you by the telephone, ma'am. I'm trying to say, can you log in on the computer so I can look at you?
Yeah, I was on earlier and it logged me off.
Well, can you try one more time can you log out and log back in and see if that doesn't work, then fine, we'll move forward. We'll move forward with the hearing with you on the telephone.
Very good, thank you.
All right, thanks.
Yes. Hi. I did, Mr. Grandis. I sent it already. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Bye.
Are they able to get on? Are they able to get on, or are we just gonna have them testify on the telephone? Do you know, Mr. Martin?
They've indicated that they're trying to get on electronically for the on the camera, but if you don't mind, I'm going to make one more call and see how close they are.
Fine, thank you.
Okay.
All right. Well, Mr. Anderson, they're having a lot of technical difficulties. Are you willing to do in the interest of everyone's time? I'm very cognizant of that. Are you willing to allow testimony by phone?
Yes, we'll do it. Yes. All right, Arthur. Yes, will. Give me 1 minute, please. Yes.
Understood.
Oh, we're back in the record. Are they on the line?
I am not sure Ms. Trung is on yet.
I see Ms. Trung.
Okay.
Is Mr. Thornton? Where's Mr. Thornton? Ms. Trung, I can see you. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please, Ms. Trung? I can see you, but I can't hear you, Ms. Trung. Unmute your phone. Ms. Trung, unmute your phone, please. Ms. Trung, can you speak? I can see you. I can see you. Are you able to unmute your phone? That's all you need to do. I can see both of you. All you have to do is to unmute your telephone. to unmute your line. Ms. Andrews, are they able to unmute their line?
They are. I've unmuted them twice and she muted herself.
Just press the button that says unmute.
So she has unmuted herself, but we cannot hear her. I suggest you calling in, just stay logged in on the computer and call back in on your phone and just mute the computer so there won't be any feedback.
All right, you heard, all right, Ms. Trong, can you speak? Ms. Trong, say something. Have her say something. Someone say.
He's speaking, but we can't hear. His mic isn't working. So
Okay.
we can see you. We can see you guys. She's just trying to call in now.
All right, why don't you, yeah, fine, call in and just mute your computer so you can talk on the phone, so I can see you while you're speaking.
So, Ms. Chung, Mr. Louis, I'm going to go ahead and mute you because we can hear you typing. Ms. Chung, I see you called in. I'm going to unmute your line, but you have to first mute your computer, okay? Okay, we can hear you, but we still can see you.
You gotta wait, tell them to wait a minute.
We can hear you, and we can see you.
Why don't we have a piece of device?
I'm not gonna start today. Okay, come on.
Now it's muted, talk.
Okay.
Well,
Hi. Sorry.
We
for
can
this.
hear you.
We can hear Ms. Trong.
Turn your phone on.
My first name is Tammy and last name is Trong, spelled Truong.
Thank you, Ms. Trong. Can Mr. Thornton please identify himself for the record, please?
Christopher J.
Mr.
Thornton, Thornton. Why don't we have an in-person meeting instead of doing this, now that everybody's flustered?
No one is flustered, Mr. Thornton, and because of COVID-19, we can do a meeting, and we did a protest meeting with you on the phone.
I'm asking for an in-person meeting. I am requesting in-person with the board.
Mr. Thornton, first of all, I don't believe that you're the client, sir. It's my understanding that Ms. Strong is the owner of this establishment, and so therefore you have no say, sir. You can only speak if you're called as a witness, okay? So it's my understanding that Ms. Strong is the owner of the establishment, and Mr. Martin speaks for her, and she speaks. We are doing this hearing today, and we're doing this hearing. We're doing this hearing on WebEx. We recently had, last week, we had a protest hearing. We were on the phone several hours with you for a protest hearing, and there were no technical issues, and no one complained that we need to do this in person. So if we did a protest hearing and we were on this phone, we were on this call for several hours, then there is really no reason for us to do this. So the technical issues have been addressed. I can see you, Ms. Strong. When you speak, you will speak using the telephone and we can move forward. All right. So we now have the show cause hearing. And so let me start off with Mr. Louis. Are there any preliminary matters in this case, sir? I cannot hear you, Mr. Louis.
Sorry, yes, Mr. Chairperson, there is one preliminary matter.
And what is the preliminary matter, please?
The District of Columbia objects to the testimony of Christopher Thornton because respondent did not provide a witness list in accordance with 23 DCMR 1713.2. I didn't.
Mr. Louis, your objection is premature. He has to call a witness. So when he calls the witness, we will, if and when he calls a witness, then you can raise your objection. But since the applicant can have whoever he or she wants to be there with her, and at some time, if a witness is called, then you can raise your objection. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
All right, thank you. Are there any other preliminary issues?
None from Uproar.
And any other preliminary issues?
No, Mr. Chairperson.
All right, thank you. All right. All right, so does the government wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson.
Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon, board members. We are here today in the show cause matter of Ching LLC, trading as Uproar, located at 639, 641 Florida Avenue Northwest. The show cause notice issued in this matter concerns the charge that the licensee purchased alcohol from an off-premises retailer's license Class A during the license hours of sale for wholesalers in violation of DC Code Section 25-113A5A. The evidence will show that on Saturday, August 31st, 2019, Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration investigator Rhoda Glasgow visited the establishment to conduct a regulatory inspection. Investigator Glasgow requested the establishment's invoices from Mr. Alexander Campbell, the ABC manager. Mr. Campbell provided Investigator Glasgow 3 years of invoices. She then observed that 14 alcohol invoices provided were from Costco, which is classified as a retail liquor store. Investigator Glasgow noted that 9 of these invoices showed purchases that were made during days and times when wholesalers were open. Investigator Glasgow informed Mr. Campbell that the establishment was in violation for purchasing alcoholic beverages from a retailer license Class A, such as Costco, during the license hours of sale for wholesalers.
That's it?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson, thank you.
All right, Mr. Martin, do you wish to make an opening statement, or are you reserved until you put your case on?
No, we'll make a brief opening. In this case today, you will hear testimony explaining that the receipts from Costco, the vast majority of which were made for personal use and entertainment, just were filed with the business receipts. And this resulted in a great deal of confusion, which we are happy to explain, have the opportunity today to explain. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Mr. Louis, do you wish to call? You have a witness?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson.
And who's your first witness?
Investigator Rhoda Glasgow.
Ms. Glasgow, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? I can't hear you, Ms. Glasgow.
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. You're a witness, sir.
Ms. Glasgow, could you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Rhoda Glasgow, RHODA GLASGOW.
And where are you currently employed?
The Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration.
And what is your position at the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration?
I'm an investigator,
How long have you been an investigator?
about 2 years.
And what are your duties and responsibilities as an investigator?
I conduct inspections and investigations of licensed ABC establishments in the District of Columbia.
And are you familiar with Uproar?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with this establishment?
I visited the establishment to conduct a regulatory inspection
When?
on August 31st, 2019.
What happened during your inspection?
When I entered the establishment, I spoke with the ABC manager and I told him I was coming to conduct a regulatory inspection. I asked him for invoices and he provided me 3 years of invoices of alcohol purchases.
What happened next?
While I was going through the invoices, I came across a bunch of Costco purchases of alcohol. And I spoke with the ABC manager and told him that if he knew he was not supposed to be ordering this amount of alcohol from Costco. And he advised me that he believed that it was okay to do so. And I told him that that was not correct.
Board's indulgence. I am going to show you a document marked as Government Exhibit 1 for identification. Board's indulgence, so I can share screen here. Oh, Ms. Andrews, could you elevate my right to share screen?
Or stand by.
I'm sorry, before we move on, I had failed to alert the public that Mr. Grandis had recused himself from participation. Board member Edward Grandis has recused himself from participation in this matter. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Louis.
Investigator Glassell, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
What is this document?
This is my investigative report.
Is this the fair and accurate representation of your case report that you created for the incident that occurred on August 31st, 2019, in case number 19 CMP 00173?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Chairperson, at this time, the government would like to move Government Exhibit 1 into evidence.
Any objections, Mr. Martin?
No objection.
Without objection.
Investigator Glasgow, I am directing your attention now to Exhibit 2 of the case report. Do you see it?
Yes, I do. It is a Costco receipt of alcohol purchases on May 13th, 2016 at 10:49 a.m. and that is on a Friday.
Now, I'm now directing your attention to Exhibit number 6 of the case report. Can you see this document?
Yes, I do.
What is this document?
It is also a Costco receipt of alcohol purchases on September 6th, 2017 at 4:39 p.m. on a Wednesday.
Investigator Glasgow, moving on to Exhibit number 7. Can you see this document?
Yes, I do.
What is this document?
It is also a Costco receipt of alcohol purchases on October 27th, 2017 at 2:50 p.m. on a Friday.
I am now moving on to Exhibit number 9 of the case report. What is this document?
It is a Costco receipt of alcohol purchases on January 17th, 2018 at 11:46 a.m. on a Wednesday.
And now I am proceeding to Exhibit number 10 of the case report. Can you see this document?
Yes, I do. It is a Costco receipt of alcohol purchases for April 19th, 2018 at 10:50 a.m. on a Thursday.
I am now proceeding to Exhibit 12 of the case report. And can you see this document?
Yes, I do.
And
It
what
is a
is this
Costco
document?
receipt for January 4th, 2019 at 6:12 p.m. on a Friday.
I am now proceeding to Exhibit 13 of the case report. Can you see this document?
Yes, I do. It is also a Costco receipt of January 11th, 2019 at 12 noon on a Friday.
Investigator Glasgow, proceeding to government exhibit 14 of the case report. What is this document?
It is a Costco receipt for January 17th, 2019 at 6:58 p.m. on a Thursday.
And now lastly, I'm directing your attention to exhibit 15 of the case report. And do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do. It is a Costco receipt for February 21st, 2019 at 8:23 p.m. on a Thursday.
Mr. Chairperson, I have no further questions for Investigator Glasgow.
Thank you. Mr. Martin, do you have any questions for Investigator Glasgow?
I do. Ms. Glasgow, how was it that you selected Uproar for your visit on August 31, 2019?
I was assigned a list of establishments to conduct regulatory inspections, and Uproar was on that list.
Okay, and what is your understanding of ABRA's duties as far as its ability to examine books and records?
As per our regulatory inspections, we are to ask for it when we get there. It's part of our investigation.
Okay, are you familiar with DC Official Code Section 25-802, examination of premises, books, and records?
I'm not quite familiar with it,
Okay.
but I know about it.
All right. Prior to August 31, did you personally make any attempt to alert Uproar that you would be visiting the establishment?
No, I did not.
Do you know if anyone from ABRA made any attempt to alert Uproar that you would be visiting on or about August 31?
No.
Okay.
I do not know.
So you were not aware that DC Official Code Section 25-802 2B requires that investigators shall make reasonable efforts to ensure that the licensee will know in advance of the date of the inspection?
Well, if the invoices are on premise, most of the time we are provided the invoices. If it's not, then we will let them know, give them prior announcement that we will be coming back the day and time, and they will provide us those invoices.
Okay, but you actually obtained the invoices on that initial visit on August 31, correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so would you agree that you did not follow the DC Code Section 25-802 in this instance?
I did follow it because the DC code also says that the establishment's supposed to keep 3 years of invoices on the property. So when I visited the establishment, I asked for 3 years of such invoices, and it was provided to me.
Okay, so you would agree then that Uproar was in possession of 3 years of records?
Yes.
Correct? And they
On
gave
the
them to you,
premises.
correct?
Yes.
All right. I want to ask, to your understanding, is Costco a Class A retailer?
Costco is a Class A retailer, yes.
Okay. Directing your attention to the second page of your report, the first paragraph, it says, other than the middle of the first paragraph, other than in the case of an emergency when wholesalers are closed, what's your understanding of the do you know where the definition of emergency for that instance appears in the code?
As it appears in the code, no, not an emergency. But as per the wording of the code, it says if on a Sunday, Saturday, Sunday, or holidays, those are the exceptions of ordering alcohol when you are out.
Okay. All right. But to your knowledge, you're not aware of the definition of emergency.
Yes, to my definition, emergency is basically if you're operating and you ran out of a particular alcohol, you can, go to the store and buy it. But it
Okay,
has to
so-
be on a very rare occasion.
Okay, that's your personal definition
That's
of an
my
emergency.
personal
is
definition,
when
yes.
when the establishment runs out of alcohol.
Not a whole lot of alcohol, but it doesn't have to be a slew of alcohol.
Okay, is your definition supported by District of Columbia law?
I can't say that it is because the wording does not state that, but that is my definition. That's my interpretation of emergency.
Very well. Looking at the rest of page 2, I see this list of this is distributors, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And who created this list?
I did.
And when you inspected at Uproar, isn't it true that one of Uproar's distributors is a company called Breakthrough?
Yes, but Breakthrough is not on my list here because I did not get a reply from Breakthrough.
Okay, but you would agree that when you went to the establishment, there were purchase orders and invoices from Breakthrough in the documents you reviewed?
Yes.
Okay, so your list is incomplete, correct?
My list is completed as the information that was provided to me by those wholesalers.
Very well. Now, did you at any point ask Ms. Trung if the Costco receipts, if any of them were for personal use instead of use at the establishment?
No, I did not ask her that question.
In your 2 years of conducting investigations, approximately how many investigations have you conducted in say, per year?
I would say maybe 60, 70.
And in the 60 to 70, generally in a year, how many establishments have personal purchase receipts with establishment receipts in the same place?
To my knowledge, I have only had 2 books and record cases, so I can't speak on other investigative reports by other investigators regarding books and records.
Okay. Are you saying it's rare or fairly common, or?
I can't answer the question. I am not sure what other investigators come across.
In your personal experience in investigating in an average year, an average of 60 establishments, out of that 60 establishments, generally, how many of them have personal alcohol purchase receipts in the same place?
None.
Asked and answered.
Well, she already asked the question. So, I mean, Ms. Glasgow, if there, Mr. Louis, please, if you're going to object, you need to object prior to the answer being provided. And Ms. Glasgow, if you hear an objection, please do not answer the question until I have directed you to answer the question, ma'am. Go ahead, Mr. Martin.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification. Out of the exhibits attached to your report, I noticed that you didn't go through and describe each receipt that's attached as an exhibit. Is that correct, Ms. Glasgow?
Are you speaking about the itemized specific alcohol purchases?
No, I'm speaking about the exhibit numbers, the individual receipts within. Is the government contending that it's only challenging or it's only moving forward for the, do you know, Ms. Glasgow, for the receipts that you didn't describe in your direct testimony, are you not considering those to be a violation of DC Official Code Section 25-113-5AB?
The invoices that I recorded on my exhibits were the invoices that I took pictures of that were presented to me. These were invoices at the establishment. So to my knowledge, if it is at the establishment, it means that these are purchases that was made for the establishment.
Okay. And at any point, did you tell Ms. Trung that that was your assumption?
When I spoke to Ms. Trung on Friday the 13th, I advised her exactly of what happened when I visited the establishment, and because I was only at the Abra for 6 months, I did not know all the specifics of distributors and retailers. So I asked another investigator to explain to Ms. Trung exactly how her approach should be going forward.
Thank you. So when you visited Abra, you had only been an investigator for 6 months, correct?
Approximately.
Okay, so approximately how many investigations had you conducted when you conducted your investigation at Uproar?
I can't say.
Was your investigation at Uproar one of your first investigations?
It was not.
Hold on, Mr. Martin. With the exception of Ms. Glasgow and Mr. Martin, I need everyone else to mute their lines, please. Someone is typing, and I'm hearing that. So outside of Mr. Martin and Ms. Glasgow, please mute your lines. Go ahead, Mr. Martin. Go ahead, Ms. Glasgow. I apologize.
I'll restate the question. Was your inspection of Uproar one of your first inspections?
No.
Very well. Directing the witness's attention to government's exhibit number 1, but exhibit 3 within it.
I'm sorry, you said?
Exhibit number 3 within your exhibit number 1.
Okay.
I noticed this, whose writing is this on the left margin?
That is my handwriting.
And this is you've written Sunday here. Why is that?
That's the day of the purchase.
And when you say the day of the purchase, that's the weekday of the receipt that's next to it?
That is the day that was that is printed on the receipt, yes.
Okay. And if Sunday is a weekend, correct?
Yes.
So why, if this was a weekend purchase, is this appearing as an exhibit in your report?
I was trying to show consistency of purchases, the excessive amount of purchases that were made. These were presented to my supervisor, and I was instructed by my supervisor in exactly how to present my exhibits.
Okay, and what's your supervisor's name?
Jason Peru.
And I noticed there was, okay, Jason Peru. And is there a reason Mr. Peru is not here to testify about his instructions to you?
Because it was my investigative report. I wrote the report, and the exhibits are my exhibits.
Okay, but you agree that a weekend purchase such as this is not outside the rules for Uproar?
according to the wording of the bill, it is not outside of it. Yes.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to Exhibit 4. Looking at Exhibit 4, I noticed that's a Sunday as well. You agree that's a weekend purchase?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And is it still included for the same reason you gave for Exhibit number 3?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. If I could direct your attention to Exhibit number 5. What weekday do you have in the left-hand margin?
Sunday.
And that's a weekend, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is it included for the same reason you included Exhibits 3 and 4?
Yes.
I'd like to direct your attention to Exhibit number 8. Is that your handwriting on the
Yes,
left?
it is.
margin?
Yes, it
You
is.
agree You agree that's a weekend date?
Yes.
Is this included for the same reasons as Exhibits 3, 4, 5, so far?
Yes.
Thank you. I'd like to direct your attention to Exhibit 11. Is that your handwriting on the left margin?
Yes.
Okay. I would ask that the board take judicial notice that June 24th, September 2018 was actually a Sunday. Now, I'll give a moment to check calendars.
I'm sorry, what year?
6/24/18.
June 24, 18?
Correct.
June 24, 2018 is a Sunday.
All right, so it's not Monday as indicated on Exhibit 11, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that's a weekend purchase, correct?
Yes.
Very well. Okay. Very well. One other question, returning the witness's attention to page 4, actual page 4 of the government's exhibit number 1. I noticed there are 3 signatures there.
Yes.
Okay, and you had earlier stated that Mr. Jason Peru is your supervisor?
Yes.
And you agree he did not sign or date this report?
I am not sure who the signature belongs to as my supervisor, but it probably is his signature, but I cannot confirm that right now.
Okay, on the copy I received,
But it is
looks
signed
like-
off.
Okay, but
I'm
it
sorry.
looks like reviewed and printed name. I see Jason Peru printed, but I don't see a signature or a date in the copy in front of me. Do you know why that is?
1 second, I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong thing. You said at the end of, okay, I have it here.
Sure.
Can you
on-
repeat
on-
that question?
Sure. On looking at page 4 of
Mhm.
government exhibit number 1, I see there's yours. You looks as if you've signed and dated, and it looks as if John Suero I'm sorry if I'm butchering the pronunciation.
Yes, that is
signed and
correct.
dated. But Jason Peru did not, correct?
Yes, according to this here, right.
Okay, and you agree he's your supervisor, right?
He is my supervisor, but John Swearer is our chief of the department,
Okay, do
of
you
the
know,
investigators.
do you know why Mr. Peru didn't sign this?
No, I do not.
Okay. Very well. No additional questions.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Ms. Pasco, what's a regulatory inspection?
A regulatory inspection is basically a compliance check that we do to make sure that the licensed establishment is operating within DC laws.
So when you do a compliance check, do you normally call the establishment to let them know before that you're doing that? Ma'am, wait till we let me ask the question for your answer. So when you do a compliance check, do you normally call the establishment to let them know that you are coming to do a compliance check?
No.
Now, who gave you the list of establishments to visit?
My supervisor and investigator, Jason Peru.
And how many, do you recall that day? Do you remember how many places do you go to? Let me ask you a question. When you do a compliance check, what is it that you do? What's on your list when you go to an establishment? What do you ask for? What do you look at as an investigator?
As we an initial approach to the establishment, we check to see if there is window lettering on the windows. We approach the establishment, ask to speak to the ABC manager or owner. When one of or either approach us, then we walk around the establishment. We make sure that they're in compliance with basically alcohol purchases, everything. We ask for invoices. There's a lot of, we check their, to make sure that their licenses are up to date. We check basically purchases of import purchases. We check alcohol warning signs. There's a lot of stuff that's on our list to check off. We check for to make sure they're in compliance with.
So this is something that you routinely do when you go out to do a compliance check for all establishments?
Yes.
And who provided you, who specifically, when you did this compliance check, who did you meet? Who provided all of this information?
My supervisor.
No, I'm sorry. When you went to the establishment, who did you meet with?
I met with the ABC manager, Andrew Campbell. Alexander Campbell.
Did you ask for the owner, or did you specifically ask him? Who did you ask for?
I asked for the ABC manager or owner.
And so Mr. Campbell identified himself as the ABC manager, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you asked Mr. Campbell for 3 years of receipt, is that correct?
That is correct.
And when you asked Mr. Campbell for the 3 years of receipts, where did he get the receipts from?
He went to I don't know exactly where he went to get it, but he was on premise because I remained at the bar area and he left and came back with it.
So he left and came back and he presented you with all the receipts that he believed belonged to the establishment, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you said you had testified that you had specifically asked him about Costco purchases. What is it that he stated to you about purchasing alcohol from Costco?
He said he believed it was okay to do it. That's all he said.
Okay, all right. Now, I heard you mention in your testimony that there are certain days that alcohol was purchased on a Wednesday, on a Friday, on a Thursday, and a Monday. Why are those days important?
Because wholesalers were open at the time.
Are there any other questions by any of the board members? Any other board members have any other questions to ask her? All right, hold on. Let me see if I have any other questions. Now, one other question. If you go to an establishment, you stated that the law says that they need to be they need to have 3 years worth of receipts, invoices. So if you don't know the answer, you can say you don't know. But if you were to go to an establishment and ask for 3 years of invoices and they say they don't have it, what's your procedure?
Well, I would tell them that if they know, they have to keep 3 years of invoices on the property. And if they say yes, I would let them know that I would return. I would give them a time and a day, and I would return, and they need to present me those invoices.
All right, thank you. Now, did you charge for, there were days like on the weekends, I think there were some invoices on Saturdays and Sundays. Did you, when you wrote up your report, did you charge the establishment with a violation because they had purchased, that some of the invoices were from Costco on like a Saturday and a Sunday? Did you find that they had violated the law for those days?
The Saturday and Sunday invoices that I put in my report, basically, it was to show a consistent amount of Costco invoices that was purchased along with the ones during the week. It may look like it's just the top invoices that I took a picture of, but there were a whole lot more of Costco invoices that I did not take pictures of, but there was a lot. So it was basically all of the days were to show consistency of purchases. Even if it was a Sunday, it would show that every single Sunday within that month was a purchase from Costco. So
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So to me, it looked as it was not an emergency or running out, because it was mostly every other week or every week on a Sunday, alcohol was being purchased from Costco.
No, is it your testimony that, from what I heard, they said that there was only 14 receipts that was in your report from Costco. So is it your testimony that there were more than 14 receipts?
From what the evidence that I took, the pictures that I took, there were 14. But from my knowledge of being there and seeing what I saw, there were more than 14.
So why didn't you take more pictures? Why didn't you take pictures of all the Costco receipts?
I was trying to take a lot of pictures, but it was dark. The place had a amber lighting, so the pictures was not coming out as clear as I wanted it to. But I believe that I had enough evidence to present a good case, a strong case to prove that the establishment was purchasing alcohol more than what the law allowed.
Now, the other days, I mean, I'm saying, so was there the other invoices that you had seen, were they invoices from during the week, or was it invoices from Sundays, do you recall, from on the weekends, do you recall?
The ones that I did not take pictures of, I can't say exactly what days they were purchased on.
All right. Just one last question. Now, about how much, and maybe if you have access, say on exhibit, let's see. What's the first exhibit in your report that's on a weekend, that's a weekday, I'm sorry, that alcohol was purchased?
That would be Exhibit 2.
Exhibit 2. So specifically, what is in Exhibit 2? How much alcohol are we talking about that's in Exhibit 2? Or what specifically, are you able to tell what was bought in Exhibit 2?
Yes, Stella Artois and Coronas. 8 cases, I believe.
So 8
That's
cases
what it looked
of what?
like.
8 cases of
8
what?
cases of Stella Artois and 8 of Corona. I think that's what I see here. Corona and Stella Artois.
So that was that's Exhibit 2. What other exhibit? What's the next exhibit that was a weekday?
I have, let's see if I can get a clear one. Okay, so I have here Exhibit 9 on a Wednesday.
Okay.
Jameson, Fireball, Maker's Mark, Jack Daniels.
I'm trying to find the quantities. What quantities were purchased those days?
I can't really tell with the way the quality of the receipt, but I can't really tell.
Can you look through the exhibits? Do you have an exhibit that you can clearly articulate the quantities that were on a weekday that can clearly articulate the quantities that were purchased on a weekday?
Sure.
And identify the receipt number, please.
Sure. I'm seeing Exhibit 14 on a Thursday. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Fireballs. There is 6 bottles of Tito's, 2 bottles of Jack Daniels, 9 bottles of whiskey. That's Exhibit 14.
9, you said 9 bottles of whiskey?
8 bottles of Jameson's whiskey.
8 bottles?
Yes.
All right. Thanks. All right. Mr. Martin, do you have any questions? Do you have any questions of Ms. Glasgow based on the questions that were asked by myself?
I do. Ms. Glasgow, the chair had asked you about, do you recall his asking you about weekday purchases?
Yes.
And you also recall he had asked you about the lighting in the establishment, correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Martin. I did not ask her about lighting. She stated that because of the lighting in the establishment, that's why she did not take more pictures. So I did not ask her anything about lighting in the establishment. All right.
Okay.
All right.
Ms. Glasgow, when you took pictures in the establishment of the receipts, were you careful to make sure that you were taking pictures of just one receipt and not perhaps multiple receipts?
Yes.
I'd like to direct the witness's attention to Exhibit 10. Are you there, Ms. Glasgow?
1 second. Yes.
And you've testified that you're careful when you conduct your investigation, right?
Yes.
Looking at Exhibit 10, you've written in, that's your handwriting that says Thursday 4/19, correct?
Yes.
And when we look at this ticket, we look at this corresponding picture, it's of a Costco wholesale receipt, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And looks like is it you that used a black marker to circle 4/19/2018?
I am not sure because Costco would normally use black marker on their receipts as well. So I cannot remember. This was a case back in 2019, so I cannot confirm.
Fair enough. And as we look up from that black circle marking on 4/19/2018, it says, change, cash, and then there's sort of a would you agree the next line says, please come again?
Yes.
Okay, and do you see the little page break line that cuts across the middle of the number on the first line that says cash?
The middle of the line, I'm not sure what you're looking at.
Very well. I'll be a little more clear. Looking at this receipt in Exhibit 10, do you see where in computer script, it says 4/14/2018 on the left-hand side at almost the center of the page?
Yes,
Okay. And you would agree that under that, it says, under that line, about 3 lines down, it says, please come again, correct?
yes,
Okay. Are you able to see that the 4/14/2018 receipt is actually one receipt, and the one circled for 4/19/2018 is a separate and different receipt?
I can't, I cannot determine that from the way how this picture is. I'm sorry.
Okay. But you agree, you see where it says 4/14/2018 at the center of the page on the receipt, right?
Yes,
Okay. And you agree that there was an alcohol purchase on this receipt, correct?
yes,
Okay. I would just ask, are you able to check and see what day of the week April 14th, 2018 is on your calendar?
it is a Saturday.
Okay, and you agree Saturday is a weekend, correct?
Yes,
So you'd agree that these are two different receipts, one on 4/19 and one on 4/14, right? In Exhibit 10.
it looks that way right now. Yes.
Very well. No other questions?
Mr. Louis?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson. Investigator Glasgow, just one brief question for you. Directing your attention to exhibit number 1 of the case report. Do you recognize this document?
Yes,
Did you prepare this document?
yes, I did.
What is it?
It's my case report and a regulatory inspection.
And when was it issued? This inspection report?
When was the inspection report issued or was completed?
Completed.
It was completed on August 31st, 2019.
And just looking at the bottom, the remarks of your regulatory inspection report, what does it say?
Books and records violation, excessive purchases of alcohol bought at Costco.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Glasgow. Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Louis, do you have any other witnesses?
No, Mr. Chairperson, that is it for the government.
Do you arrest?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Martin, do you have any witnesses you wish to call?
First, Mr. Chair, as you'll probably recall from our last hearing, I have to ask for a judgment as a matter here for the following reason. DC Code Section 25802 2B, it says the investigators shall make reasonable efforts to
Hold on 1 minute, Mr. Louis. I'm sorry, Mr. What's the section you're referencing?
DC Official Code, Section 25-802 2B.
Hold on, let me find it. Hold on, so I can.
Absolutely.
25802. Is that you, Mr. Louis?
Yes, I just put myself on mute. I'm sorry.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, sir. All right, what section, 802 what, so I can follow along?
2B.
All right. Go ahead.
It states that investigators shall make reasonable efforts to ensure that the licensee will know in advance of the date of the inspection. It says shall. It doesn't say may. It doesn't say can. We're not talking about permissive language. It says they shall make reasonable efforts. Ms. Glasgow has testified she made no effort, none whatsoever. And we have a report signed off on, or not signed off on by her superior, but specifically Mr. Peru, that contains exhibits around which Mr. Peru gave advice to Ms. Glasgow on how to file this, but is not here to testify. And we'd ask that a negative inference be given by the fact that he's not here to testify about his participation in the compiling of this report. But most importantly, investigators shall make reasonable efforts to ensure the licensee will know in advance of the date of the inspection. That was violated, plain and simple, plain and simple. There was no effort. And this body cannot pick and choose which portions of the law to enforce. Accordingly, we ask that this case against my client be thrown out because the government failed to exercise the limited amount of restraint that's required of it.
That's it?
That's it.
Mr. Louis?
There is no prejudice to the respondent. The records were on the premises and that they were readily and available to inspect. There is no prejudice to the respondent here. And you know, the district's burden is to prove the allegation. Does not mean that the government did not meet its burden. And looking at the code provision, shall make reasonable efforts. There need not be reasonable efforts, given that the records were already on the premise. Alexander Campbell was there. He had the documents. He was on premise. He pulled these documents and showed them to Investigator Glasgow. So there is no prejudice here. And the motion should be rejected and denied.
If we could be heard,
Yes, Mr. Martin.
The language is clear. Shall make reasonable efforts. There's credible testimony that no effort was made. This isn't a matter of prejudice. Was it prejudicial? Absolutely, because the government failed to give any notice at all. You cannot get around the shall. You can talk about may, could have, hypotheticals. The language in the text of the statute says shall. Shall give reasonable notice. No notice was given. You have got to throw this case out.
That's it?
That's it.
Mr. Martin, I'm going to deny the motion, and I'll let you know I'm going to deny the motion. The regulation that you reference is talking about books and records. This is not a books and records. This is not a books and records examination. I agree with you that if the agency was doing a books and records, that you have to give notice, reasonable notice. You give the establishment reasonable notice for them to let them know that you're going to do the inspection and that they can go from all their records and provide it. However, this is not a books and records examination. This is a regulatory inspection that was done, and as stated by Ms. Glasgow. And I asked her a follow-up question. She stated, suppose they didn't have the records, what would you do? What she stated is that if they did not have it, I would say to them that I'm going to come on the specific date and time to to examine them. But as I said before, I'm denying your motion because the provision that you rely on, this is a books and records examination. This was not a books and records examination. Mr. Martin, this was not a books and records examination. This is a regulatory inspection where it is that Ms. Glasgow stated that when I go, this is what I asked for. I check the lettering, I check their license. This is just when the investigators go to an establishment to ensure that they're in compliance with the law. So that's a different provision of the law that you the portion of the law that you're relying on is not relevant to this case, sir. And so therefore, what I'm gonna do is that I'm making a motion. Maybe I can make this decision, but I'm making a motion to the board that your motion be denied because it is not relevant. The section of the law that you're relying on, it is not relevant to the case in hand.
Can I be heard very briefly?
Sure, sir, go ahead.
Respectfully, exhibits within the government's own report, exhibits 2 through 15 are what Ms. Glasgow thought were business records, receipts, records, which she took pictures of, which are the foundation of her case. I don't see how this couldn't be a records issue, given that almost all of the government's evidence would be, if it is what it's purported to be, and clearly Ms. Glasgow believed it was, business records.
Sir, as I said before, as I stated, you're relying on the wrong section of the law. That's one of the reasons why you quoted the regulations, and I made sure that I have a copy in front of me, and so I could follow along. So I could also read for myself the section of the law that you're relying on. So with that said, I make a motion that that it be denied. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
I'll take a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, aye.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
I agree.
Who did I not call? Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson. The motion passed. The motion is denied. 5-0-0. That's one of the reasons why, if people wonder why I do that, I always have a list, although I'm there comfortable, I know all my board members, but I always read the list with their names to make sure that I do not miss anyone. Are you ready, sir, to present your case?
Yes, but with one quick issue as to is Abra able to post our exhibits if I call them or not?
Yes, sir. I can ask Ms. Andrews to give you to allow you to share your screen, sir. So it's a matter of, if you have them online, as Mr. Louis was able to do, is to share his screen. So if you have them online, I can ask that she gives you the ability to share your screen.
Okay. I have them, but am I allowed to have a brief recess so I can get them lined up for direct?
Yes, we can have a brief recess. And before we do that, let me ask. Let me just ask. I want to ask you a question, and because documents and records are not being moved into evidence, I know that Mr. Louis had made an objection earlier. Mr. Louis, are you saying, what was the nature of the objection that you were raising?
The district was not provided notice of the other witness. The district sees Tammy Trung within the case report and recognized that she could have been called as a witness. But Thornton appears
But no,
nowhere.
I'm at a disadvantage, Mr. Louis. Was there a disclosure? Did either party disclose documents and witnesses prior to the hearing?
Yeah, the district disclosed its case report, which the board can always take administrative notice of.
Did Mr. Martin disclose documents and witnesses prior to the hearing?
Mr. Martin did provide 22 exhibits between Monday and yesterday.
And what witnesses, if any, were disclosed in these documents, in this disclosure?
There was no witness list. There was nothing within these 22 documents that would identify a witness.
All right. Okay. All right. How much time do you need? I don't have the document in front of me. I was just procedurally trying to ask. How much time do you need, Mr. Martin, to do this so we can share your screen?
I would ask for preferably a 10 to 15 minute recess.
All right. We'll take it's 3:22. We'll be off the record until 3:40. Okay, we'll be off the record until 3:40. We'll be off the record until 3:40. What I will ask the board members to do. No, I don't think we can do that. I was going to ask the board members for us to go into executive sessions. Let me ask Ms. Andrews. So we're off the record. Ms. Andrews, are we able to? Is the board able to go to executive session, and we're still here? Are we able to do that?
Yes.
All right. So I'll ask all board members to log off. We'll go into executive session, and we will come back to this hearing at 3:40. Okay? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Trung, you don't have to log off, okay? You can hang up if you want to, but just know you have to call back in at 3:40, okay?
Okay, can I try something with you? So I don't know if you can hear me. So
I
on
can
my
hear
computer, well, I'm on the phone, but on the computer, I'm not sure. Are you able to distinguish the two?
Okay, so take your phone, unmute your computer, and then you can mute your phone.
Okay, so.
Did you mute your phone?
Yeah, I'm gonna do it right now.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me on the computer though?
I can hear you. If your phone is muted, I can hear you just fine. Okay, so I can't hear you now. Ms. Strong, you can call back in now. Ms. Strong, are you going to call back in?
Mr. Martin, are you here with us?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
All right, we're back in the record. Do you have a witness you want to call, Mr. Martin?
Yes, we called Tammy Trung.
Ms. Trung? Has Ms. Trung called back in?
Her number just popped up on the line, and I just unmuted her, that's all.
Ms. Trung,
Yes.
can you raise your right hand, please?
Right.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And Ms. Trung, you are testifying you're under oath. I'm pleased directing you that you should not have any documents in front of you unless I believe that your attorney is going to share the screen so you can look at the documents. And please, I don't want anyone to give you any information, and neither do I want anyone to speak to you. So I need you, while you're testifying, to only communicate to your attorney, ma'am. Okay, is that clear?
Yes.
Thank you. Your witness, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Trung, could you state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Tammy Trung. Last name is spelled T as in Tom, R as in Robert, U, O, N as in Nancy, G as in George.
And Ms. Trung, how are you, who is the owner of Uproar?
Myself, one and only.
Very well. And can you describe Uproar for the board?
Describe Uproar. It is consists of two buildings merged, and it's 3 levels. And it is a LGBTQ plus community establishment.
And does Uproar have liquor distributors that it uses?
I do. Consistently, I use Capital Eagle, Breakthrough, and Republic National.
And do all distributors carry all products?
No, they do not.
And so do you just how do you go about deciding which distributors to use for what beverages or purchases generally?
Well, for beer, we have a decision between Premium or Capital Eagle, and I was recommended with Capital Eagle, and they distribute more beer, kegs. That's their specialty. And then as far as like other liquor companies, the majority of our orders are that we work and have a good relationship is Breakthrough. And the other one is Republic National. So those two are more the bigger that they carry liquor brands and more alcohol. But for Republic, they kind of fell off the map as of April 2019. And that's just bad business. Very hard to work with them. Sometimes no deliveries, no callbacks, no communications. As far as my other companies, I have no problem whatsoever. They go over and above. If I call the day, they deliver the next day. I have all the drivers' phone number. So we always get our products on demand. Now, as far as for Republic, it's a different situation is because they only deliver one day. And as far as like, if you wanted to, on a fly, just like I need this by tomorrow, you couldn't do that. And they do not allow for you to call in the product. Your sales rep have to call it in. And then as far as like wanting to go to the premises to pick it up, that's not allowed either. So there's different restrictions as opposed to like with Capital and Breakthrough, the sales rep, he can contact me at 1 in the morning. Doesn't matter if he's always on contact. Same thing with Capital Eagle. If I put in the order, it's there the next day. And if we are caught where we're short, they make adjustments for us where we can go and get it. And maybe it's just personnel. Maybe they have more manpower, more delivery trucks. I do not know, but I know from just working with Breakthrough and Capital, which was much more on point.
Very well. And are you familiar with the case report in this in your case?
Yes.
Okay. And do you agree that you spoke with Rhoda Glasgow, the investigator?
Correct. Yes, I spoke to her somewhere in September.
Okay. And are you familiar with the exhibits in the case report?
I think.
Okay, very well. Well, referring to government's exhibit number 1, do you have it there in front of you?
Am I allowed to look at documents?
Mr. Chair, this is where I'm referring to documents already in evidence.
What document does she have in front of her?
Document or whatever Mr. Thomas asked me for exhibit 1?
Yes, government exhibit 1 with the yellow sticker that Mr. Louis had introduced.
Did you give her the case? Does she have a copy of the case report?
Yes.
Okay.
A copy of the case report. So the testimony that you're going to give is from the case report that was given to you. All right, is that all right? Okay, fine. If all the documents right now from the case report, fine, you can look at the case report, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Trung, you've got government's exhibit number 1, the case report in front of you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Directing your attention to exhibit 2. Are you looking at that exhibit 2?
Yes. I am.
Okay. It says in the left margin, Friday, 5/13/2016?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain to the board whether this was a purchase made outside the rules or not?
Not.
Can you explain?
This was purchased for personal use.
And how do you know that?
Because I have made purchase prior to that day on May the 11th and also May on the 13th for my beer distributor for Capital Eagle. And I do not sell Corona at all. We don't carry Corona. These were the ticket for Costco is personal use.
Okay. Do you keep your personal purchase receipts with your business receipts?
So, and I keep it for my accountant and for tax purpose.
Okay. Is there anything further you'd like to tell the board about exhibit number 2?
No.
If there isn't that, okay. Directing the witness's attention to exhibit number 3.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Trung, it says Sunday, 7/31/2016 in the left margin. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
February.
Right. I'm sorry?
Sorry, I have the wrong.
Does she have the exact, I mean, I don't understand where there's an issue. She has the case report in, hold on, ma'am. If you have the case report in front of you, how do you have the, I mean, all the exhibits are attached to the case report. I don't understand where you have the wrong stuff or you have this paper here. It's one case report and all the documents are together. So why is it, I don't understand what the problem is. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I want this to be on video so I can look to see what is going on. If there's one case report, sir, I don't know, I mean.
So,
what exhibit are we talking about? What exhibit are we talking about? Exhibit what?
I was asking Ms. Trung about exhibit number 3, which has Sunday, 7/31/2016 in the left-hand margin.
Can you please do this first? Can you please ask her to find exhibit number 3, sir? Ask that. What I want you to do. Hold on, ma'am. Mr. Martin, what I want you to do. Can you ask her to turn to exhibit number 3? Ask her, once you've established she has exhibit number 3, then you can be specific. So just direct her first to the exhibit. Let her identify, let her, this is what I want you to do. So we won't have any further any further issues. Please ask her to turn to the exhibit number. Once she turns to the exhibit number, can you please ask her to identify the document that she has? Once she has once she has identified the document, then you can ask her specific questions about it, because I think it will go smoother. So I know, you know, and she knows that we're all dealing with the same document. So please do it that way, sir, please.
Understood. Okay, Ms. Trung, are you able to turn to what's been marked as, or entered into evidence as exhibit 3 in front of you?
Yes.
What is the date, if there is a date, in the left-hand margin of what's marked as exhibit 3?
July 31st, 2016 at 12:08 p.m.
Thank you. Ms. Trung, was this a permissible purchase or was it not?
It was permissible.
Mr. Martin, can you please have her identify what is, I don't know what exhibit 3 is. What is, and remember we have a court reporter can you please have her identify exhibit 3, please?
Okay, very well. Ms. Trung, looking at exhibit 3, can you identify what is in what is that a picture of?
What's exhibit 3? What is it? Is it a receipt? What is it from whom? What is exhibit 3, please?
It's a Costco receipt.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Martin.
Thank you. Ms. Trung, was this a permissible purchase or not?
Yes.
Hold on, Mr. Martin. No, I'm sorry. I'm not. Are you able to? One of the reasons we took this break is for you to share your screen. Are you able to? Do you have the documents? And I'll have Ms. Andrews give you permission to share your screen so you can put it on the screen and so she can identify it. Are you able to do that, sir?
Actually, Mr. Anderson, I put our exhibits, our potential exhibits. I've got those prepped, but I did not put Mr. Louis because they were already in evidence. I would ask if Mr. Louis would be willing to post his report.
All right, Mr. Louis, can you, Miss Andrews, can you have Mr. Louis, have him, give him the ability to share his screen. Mr. Louis, can you please post your exhibits on the screen? And what we're gonna do, Ms. Trung, is, and I'm sorry to have you do this, Mr. Louis, because so what you need to do, Mr. Martin, is to let him know what exhibit, he'll change it, and then I'll ask the witness to identify it. If she can't see it well, maybe she can look at the paper, but I need her to look at the screen, and if it's not clear, then she can look down at what she has. But I want her to testify from what's gonna be on the screen, okay?
Yes, sir.
So Mr. Louis, can you please, so if Ms. Andrews, can you please allow Mr. Louis to share his screen, please? And I appreciate this, Mr. Louis.
Sure. Okay, Mr. Louis, you should have the rights to share your screen now.
Just a moment here. Okay. Is this visible?
Yes.
It is.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Louis. All right, Ms. Trung, looking at what's posted, can you identify that document on the screen?
Yes, it's a Costco receipt purchased on July 31st, 2016, Sunday.
Thank you. And what is this? What is this a picture of?
It's a picture of a Costco receipt purchase.
Okay, and do you know who made this Costco purchase?
I did.
Okay, and what was it? What did you use the Costco products for?
Personal use.
Okay. Very well. Is there anything you'd like to add to your testimony on this exhibit or not?
Yes, so to combat that is I've made purchase for the restaurant use on July 28th from all three distributors, from Nigeria, Capital Eagle, Breakthrough, and also Republic.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Mr. Louis, are you able to advance to Exhibit 4?
Yes. Can you see it?
Yes.
I can. Ms. Trung, can you see what Mr. Louis posted?
Yes. It's purchased on a Sunday, February 5th, 2017 at 4:06 p.m.
What is Exhibit 4, if you know?
It's a Costco receipt.
And who made this purchase?
Myself, I've made the purchase.
And how were the Costco, the products purchased at Costco used?
It was for personal use. And prior to that is I have purchased from my liquor rep on February the 2nd from Capital Eagle and also from Breakthrough. And of course, if you look at the for Capital Eagle, we purchased a large amount of Bud Light, so we wouldn't need Bud Light. This is for my personal use at Summer Costco.
Okay. Mr. Louis, are you able to advance to number 5?
Yes. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Trung, are you familiar with exhibit number 5?
Yes, this is a Costco receipt on Sunday, February 26, 2017 at 1:47 p.m.
Very well. And that were purchased at Costco?
This was personal use. And prior to this, for the restaurant, I purchased from all 3 companies on February 23rd for Capital Eagle, Breakthrough, and Republic. And again, the restaurant does not carry Corona. And Capital Eagle does not sell Corona.
Okay. Very well. Mr. Louis, are you able to advance to exhibit number 6, please?
Yes. Can you see it?
I can. Ms. Trung, can you see exhibit number 6?
Yes, this is Costco receipt purchased on Wednesday, September 6, 2017 at 4:39 p.m.
Very well. And who made this purchase?
Myself.
And how was this purchase used, if at all?
This was personal use. I was hosting a wedding for 189 people at my resident location.
Very well.
And prior to that is on the same day, I purchased from all 3 companies for the restaurant, which is Capital, Breakthrough, and Republic.
Understood. If I could have screen rights, I suppose, or
Are you done with Mr. Louis with Mr. Louis exhibits, sir?
No, I'm not. I was going to come back. I wanted to introduce one exhibit if I could and resume at exhibit 7.
Well, Mr. Martin, what I would suggest was, can you go through all of Mr. Louis' exhibits first?
Yes.
Then he can close his screen, and then you will have the opportunity to do that, because going back and forth, I don't think it's gonna be helpful. So why don't you go through all of the government's exhibits, and then once you're done with that, then you will get the ability to share your screen, sir.
Understood. Mr. Louis, thank you. You've advanced to number 7.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Trung, are you familiar with this document?
Yes, Costco receipt purchased on a Friday on October 27, 2017 at 2:50 p.m.
Okay. And go ahead.
And this was purchased for personal use, and half of that was purchased for the restaurant because the liquor rep that I have put in the order, they shorted my items and they were unreachable.
Okay, and which distributor was that with?
So on that day, I purchased from the Capital, Republic, and also Breakthrough.
How were the, go ahead.
Republic, I did receive the order, but they had shorted my orders. They did not include it, and I called them and they were not delivered, and I will have to wait for next week.
Okay. How were the products purchased at Costco used with respect to Exhibit 7?
I bought a total of 4 bottles, and two I used it for my personal use, and then 2 was for the restaurant.
Mr. Louis, are you able to advance to number Exhibit 8, please?
Yes.
Ms. Trung, are you able to see Exhibit number 8?
Yes, so this is a Costco purchase on Sunday, November 5th, 2017, 4:08 p.m. This again is also for personal use. Prior to this is I have purchased from all 3 companies on November the 2nd, from Capital, Breakthrough, and Republic. And again, they do not, Capital does not carry Corona.
Understood. And if you did, okay, understood. Mr. Louis, I'm sorry? Mr. Louis, are you able to move on to Exhibit number 9, please?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Trung, are you familiar with this document?
Yes, this is purchased on Wednesday, January 17, 2018 at 11:46 a.m. This was again used for personal. It was an event I donated to the MAL.
What does MAL stand for?
It's a Leather Weekend convention in the LGBT community that's held every yearly event around January.
Okay, and how were the products in this Costco receipt used?
It's used for personal and donation to this event.
Okay. Mr. Louis, are you able to advance to number 10, please?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Trung, are you familiar with this document?
Yes, so this is Costco receipt. Says Thursday, April 19, 2018 at 10:50 a.m. Again, this date is a little discrepancy because on top it's April 14, but on the bottom it's April 19. But this was used for personal use. And I had to counter this, I have purchased from 3 companies. They deliver on April 20th for Capital, Eagle, Breakthrough, and Republic.
Understood. Mr. Louis, are you able to advance to Exhibit 11, please?
Yes, advancing. Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Trump, go ahead.
So this is a Costco receipt, Monday, June 24th, 2018 at 2:23 p.m. And this is, again, with the discrepancy we talked about earlier, this is actually a Sunday, and this was used for personal use. And to counter that is I had purchased from my liquor rep from Breakthrough Republic on June 21st, and then also from Capital, June 20th and June 28th.
Very well. Mr. Louis, are you able to advance to number 12, please?
Yes. Okay.
So this is a Costco receipt purchased on Friday. I will say January 4th, 2019 at 6:12 p.m. after hours. And again, I had called in and purchased from Breakthrough and Republic. Breakthrough, I they deliver, my delivery date was January 4th. Breakthrough did deliver, but Republic never delivered, and they were unreachable, and it was too late.
How are the products in this Costco receipt used?
This was used for the restaurant. Because of the emergency, they didn't deliver my product. My other companies did, but they did not. And then I'm trying to call the sales rep. It was just unreachable.
Understood. Mr. Louis, could you bring up number 13, please? All right. Ms. Strong, are you familiar with, are you able to see this exhibit?
Vividly. So the handwriting is Friday, January 11th, 2019 at 12 p.m. It's a receipt from Costco, which is when they deliver. I had orders from company, but they did not include the products for me, the same issues, and they didn't deliver.
So how are the products in Exhibit 13 ultimately used?
It was used for the restaurant, but same thing, I purchased all three companies, which is Capital Eagle, Breakthrough, and Republic, deliver on that day that I put for January 11th. They did not include my orders, and they didn't fulfill it.
Very well. Mr. Louis, are you able to go to number 14, please?
Yes.
So this is purchase, a Costco receipt purchased on a Thursday, January 17, 2019 at 6:58 p.m. This is for personal use. Again, this is an event for MAL held at the Hyatt. And it was a donation. And prior to this, I had three companies, all three deliver on January 18th that I purchased for Capital Public.
Okay. Very well. And Mr. Louis, are you able to advance to number 15, please?
Yes.
So this is a Costco purchase on Thursday, February 21st, 2019 at 6:23 p.m.
And how were these products used?
These were used for the restaurant. So one of the things too, again, they did not deliver the product. And
When you
this
say
was
they, who's they?
From Republic. They did not reach, or they were unreachable and they didn't deliver because prior to that same, on the 22nd, I'm sorry, I had called to order on February 18th. But they're unreachable because I have deliveries on the 22nd to be delivered from all of the rep, and they didn't deliver to me. They wouldn't add it.
Understood. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Louis. Very well. Ms. Trung, I'm going to toggle to my exhibits for you.
Okay.
Stand by, Mr. Martin.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Martin, you can go ahead.
Okay. Ms. Trung, are you able to see what's been marked for identification purposes as Exhibit 22?
I am. Are you
Okay.
sharing on your screen or am I supposed to look?
I hope I'm sharing from my screen. I'm not sure. No? Hold on.
No, it's not on. Yeah.
Hold on. I'm pushing share content.
Mr. Martin, you should select the file that you wish to share after you, yes.
All right. Is that visible?
Oh, yes, I can see it now.
Okay. Are you able to, first time using this, I'm sorry. Are you able to see the exhibit number at the bottom?
Yes, so I see an affidavit by Ms. Uganda Barrentos.
Okay. And what, if any, relevance does this document have to the matter today?
She was a witness and she had attended the wedding that was held at my residence.
And what was the date of that wedding at your residence?
September 10th, 2017.
Okay, so how, if at all, does that relate to the report that we're dealing with?
How is it related? Because I had purchased at Costco on September the 9th, the day before.
Okay.
Or I think the 6th or something like that, within that week, September the 6th.
Looking at what's been marked as Exhibit 22, is this a true and accurate copy of the affidavit from Ms. Barrentos?
Yes.
Has it been changed or altered in any way?
No.
Is it true and accurate in all respects?
Yes.
We'd ask the board to accept Exhibit 22 into evidence.
Mr. Louis, do you have any comment?
Yes, the district.
Objection, sir.
Under 23, Title 23, Section 1713.2, parties are supposed to exchange exhibits 7 days prior to the hearing, unless there's good cause. There is an exception within the regulation. The government, the District of Columbia, received 22 exhibits within 48 hours, these past 48 hours. And this was one of the exhibits, Exhibit 22, that's being presented here.
So you're saying that you're objecting to it because it was not timely served?
Yes, and even if omitted, this affidavit of the individual is not here to present this person's testimony and for us to even cross-examine these statements here. There's no one to confront.
Mr. Martin, you have anything else you want to say?
Yes, I mean, it seems as if some level of hearsay is admissible. We had Ms. Glasgow's testimony about conversations or advice from Mr. Peru, who didn't appear. And I would say that if this body is concerned about either hearsay or prejudice, the danger of that is minimal with this document. And finally, I would just add, I don't think Mr. Louis will disagree. Most of the exhibits that we filed in fewer than 7 calendar days, he had been provided with months in advance. I will not say that this was one of those documents that he had for months, though.
Anything else?
Nothing else.
I'm going to grant the motion by Mr. Louis. I'm not going to accept it, and I'm going to tell you, I mean, Mr. Louis stated that it was not provided 7 days in advance. And I'm going to agree to this. And I'm not quite sure how this document can be presented as evidence when this document, the date of this document was executed at a date and time that has not arrived as yet. This document was executed on the 22nd of February, 2022. Now, I can understand people making errors and write February 22nd. Can we put the document? I don't know who switched the page. I can understand folks make input in dates that folks would say that the document was executed on February 22nd, 2020, because we're still in February and it's now 21. But so the earliest, so this stated that this document was executed on February 22nd, 2022. So therefore, it would have, today is February 24th. So if it was provided to council, it was only provided to council on Monday. And I have a problem with the document. I have not seen the notary seal, but I have a problem with the document with the date. So I'm not gonna admit this document based on the position of the government that it was not timely disclosed. And secondly, and more importantly, this document has a date that it was executed on February 22nd, 2022. Today is February 24th, 2021. So this document will not be included in the record. Let's move on.
Understood. Is my screen sharing at this point? I'm just not sure. Is there?
I can see it.
Okay.
Yes, I can see you.
Okay. Ms. Trung, here, I will scroll through because I'm not sure, not that familiar with this system. I'm scrolling through all 3 pages of this exhibit. And then I'll scroll back. Let me see. Oh, I've got to go back up. I'm very sorry. Okay. Ms. Trung, are you familiar with this document?
My Excel sheet, this is my 2016 alcohol purchase record.
Who created this?
Myself.
Okay. Can you explain what this document is?
Is an itemize of all the purchases by month for the year.
Okay. And what, if any, relevance does this document potentially have to the case before us today?
If you're talking about September 6th, and if you look on September 6th, in that document, you'll see that I have purchased from all three companies. And it has the invoice number, it has the amount purchased for, and the checks or COD.
Okay. And
So what you're showing is, I'm sorry, this is 2016. It's supposed to
Right.
be in 2017. Oh, you're
Okay,
going
so
to-
what, I'm asking you, what, if any, relevance does this document have, if any relevance at all?
It does, because it shows all of my purchase counter to what the exhibits that the investigator submitted.
Okay. And as I look at the columns, can you just explain what is on the far right, there's on the page that I'm looking at, the second page of Exhibit 2, there's an EX number, EX2. Are you able to see that?
I'm able to see that. So that's an excerpt where it counters the exhibits that the investigator, I guess, mentioned with the Costco receipt. So I put the exhibit there to show that these are my purchase for the restaurant and that the Costco were my personal use.
Okay.
So like for instance, Exhibit 2, you can see my purchase was May 11, 12, 13. And the Costco receipt says that I purchased on Friday on the 13th, which why would I do that when I have already purchased for the restaurant itself?
Okay. Looking at Exhibit 2, is this a true and accurate copy of the spreadsheet you created?
Yes.
Has it been changed or altered in any way?
No.
True and accurate in all respects?
No. Yes.
We'd ask that we ask the board that Exhibit 2 be admitted into evidence.
Mr. Louis?
I have no objections from the government, from the District of Columbia for this exhibit.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
I'm moving quickly on to what's been marked for identification purposes as exhibit number 3. This is another 3-page document. Ms. Trong, are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
What is this document?
The record keeping for all purchases from the distributor for the restaurant.
Okay.
17.
Very well. And what, if any, relevance does it have to the case today?
Similar with the exhibit from the investigators. On the far right, you'll see the excerpts 4 and 5. And I highlighted to show that I have also purchased from my company, from my distributor company at the same time. So again, it counters that I purchased for the restaurant. There was no need for me to purchase from Costco for business use. These were Costco purchased for personal use.
Understood.
Like on excerpt 4, the charges was on a Sunday for February 5th, but as you can see, February 2nd, I made my order in, and it's for all 3 companies, or 2 companies, I'm sorry.
Looking at the entirety of Exhibit 3, is this a true and accurate copy of the records you created?
Yes.
Has it been changed or altered in any way?
No.
Is it true and accurate in all respects?
Yes.
We ask that Exhibit 3 be entered into the record.
Mr. Louis?
No objection.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Trung, directing your attention to what's been marked for identification purposes as exhibit number 4, hold on. This is another 3-page document. Can you identify?
This is a purchase record for all of my distributors for 2018
Okay.
with their invoices, date, and amount.
Very well. And the relevance to the case today?
Same, right where on the right hand, if you see the excerpts, if it says for 10, that counters the receipt that Investigator Gasco had said I purchased for Costco. Similar, I have purchased from my distributor company for the restaurant. So there was no need to purchase Costco for business.
Understood. Looking at the entirety of Exhibit 4, is this a true and accurate copy of the spreadsheet you created?
Yes.
Has it been changed or altered in any way?
No.
Is it true and accurate in all respects?
Yes.
Does Exhibit 4 be entered into evidence?
Mr. Louis,
No objections.
so moved.
Thank you. We're almost done. We're getting there. Directing the witness's attention to what's been marked for identification purposes as Exhibit 5. This is another 3-page document. Ms. Trung, are you familiar with this document?
So this is lists all the purchases from all of my liquor purchase from the company with date, time, invoice, and amount for 2019. And
Very
the same
well.
thing,
Go ahead.
the excerpt, the right hand is highlighted to mirror the exhibit that Investigator Gasco have quoted for Costco purchase. And as you can see, I've purchased for the restaurant from my company. There was no need to purchase.
Okay. Understood. Looking at the entirety of Exhibit 5, is this a true and accurate copy of the spreadsheet?
Yes.
Has it been changed or altered in any way?
No.
Is it true and accurate in all respects?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, we'd ask that Exhibit 5 be entered into evidence.
Mr. Louis,
No objections.
so moved.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Trung, did you testify about a MAL donation earlier in your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And indulgence ones. One moment. I'm just moving with the technology here. 1 second, I'm sorry. Let me find it.
My last MAL was January 17 in this Excel sheet.
When you say this, okay, I didn't pose a question. Hold on 1 second. I am. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find this. Okay. One moment. Having a little technical difficulty here. All right, let me see if I can pause this or share. Is there a picture posted?
Yes, there's a picture posted. Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Trung, are you familiar with this document?
Yeah,
Or
so
this
it's
picture? What is this?
the picture of the event held at the Hyatt for the MLL weekend for 2018.
Okay. And what, if any, relevance does this have to the case before us today?
It does have relevance because it shows that my purchase at Costco was for personal use and donation for this event.
Okay. And is this from the same, is this the same, or I'm posting another picture, is this the same or a different event?
This is the same, and as you saw prior, that was a hotel reservation. We do this yearly. We reserve the room for the week, and we host.
Mm-hmm.
And we meet clientele and just say thank you, pretty much.
Understood. Thank you. I have no additional questions.
Can you get out of the screen, please, sir?
Yes.
What questions do you have? Your witness, Mr. Louis, if you have any questions.
I just have a few brief questions for Ms. Trung.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Trung, you testified that you keep receipts at Upward?
I do, yes.
And that these receipts are both for personal reasons, they're personal receipts?
Yes,
And they're also business receipts.
correct.
And so these receipts are commingled.
Yes,
We also went through the case report. We went through about 14 Costco receipts.
yes,
And you testified that approximately 11 out of the 14 were for personal use.
yes,
And that about 3 out of the 14 were for business use.
yes,
You had also testified that you had made a purchase. This was Exhibit 6 of the government's report. This was a Wednesday purchase.
yes,
But on the same day, you also testified that you purchased from a wholesaler.
yes,
So on this day, you purchased from Costco and a wholesaler.
so that is correct.
And then there was an Exhibit 12 of the government's case report. This was a January 4th, 2019 purchase.
Okay,
There was a Costco purchase,
correct.
and there was also a purchase with Breakthrough Bread, which is a wholesaler.
Yes,
And this was during the weekday. This was on a Friday.
Friday at 6 p.m., 6:12 p.m. evening.
I have no further questions for Ms. Trung. Thank you.
Ms. Trung, where are these receipts kept?
It is in a folder in a locked cabinet.
So a folder in a locked cabinet where?
We have like a little closet side office closet underneath the stairs.
So this is a locked closet underneath the stairs in your business, is that correct?
Yes. So
Do you
everything
live in the
is,
same, I'm sorry, go ahead.
so
I'm sorry?
everything is in a file neatly, and it's labeled monthly.
It's put in a nice file and it's labeled monthly.
Yes.
Do you live in the same location where the establishment is?
Can you repeat that?
Do you live at the same establishment where the business is?
I do not.
You do not. And who normally orders alcohol for your establishment?
Myself.
You.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sorry. So you're the only person who orders alcohol for your establishment?
Yes, because I have to cut the check, and some of them they required COD, so I have to go to the bank and get cashier's check.
All right.
So nobody would know that unless it was me.
And so if you bought alcohol for personal use from Costco,
Mm-hmm.
why would you take your personal Costco receipts and take them to your business and put them in your monthly envelope for your business? Why would you do that?
I'm sorry, I'm just an organized person. I just put everything neatly in one pile so I know where to go and get it. I keep it for my accountant because some of the things are entertainment, and so I just want to know where they are. I keep 7 years of it, and it's there. So whenever it's needed, it's there. But
So,
I'm
I'm sorry, ma'am. So you stated on direct that you keep them in that area for you said for, let me see, I wrote some notes. You said you keep them for your accountant and for tax purposes. That's what you said. So you keep them in this. That was a direct quote. You keep them in. You're talking about Exhibit 2, and you said that you keep them for your accountant and for tax purposes. So, and you keep 7 years. So how do you distinguish for your accountant and tax purposes? How do you distinguish? How do you remember that, okay, this was for Costco, I'm sorry, that this was for my business, this was my personal? How do you distinguish if you're going back over 7 years, as you said, you keep for 7 years? How do you distinguish which was which?
Okay, so we have QuickBooks, and one of the things is that this is for IRS, which you have to keep records for 7 years. So if I was ever audited or anything, I have it. It's there. So I just put it there. If it's ever a question, it's there.
But the question I'm asking you, ma'am, how do you remember if you've been audited over 7 years? How do you remember that, okay, this receipt here is for personal, this receipt here for business? We're talking about, you said you keep them for 7 years. How do you remember that?
What? Because I purchased minimum, but as you can see, my Excel sheet, I have all of the invoice from all of my company purchase that mirrors the checks and COD and products. So I keep all the receipts, so it's there. And why would I go to Costco to purchase when it's more expensive for me? Because for me, working with the liquor wrap, the company, when you buy and you work with them, you get a better buy than you do with Costco.
I don't know. I was about to ask you. I don't know. That was my next question. Why would you go purchase Why would you go
Right.
purchase this much alcohol? But another question: if you're saying that it's cheaper from the wholesaler, why did you go to Costco to buy what Ms. Glasgow testified? She said that there was a significant amount of invoices from Costco. She only copied some. So why is it that you go to Costco? Why would you go to Costco and buy so much liquor? Why?
It's not true. I mean, I don't know what Ms. Glasgow was. When she called me, I said, ma'am, I'm not going to argue, but, I will, it's for personal use. And that was it. And I did not think that because the same thing, it was so self-explanatory because it obviously, all of my receipts are stapled together. You could see the purchases of all the products. So why would I go out and purchase Costco? To me, I thought it was self-explanatory.
But, all right, this is what Ms. Glasgow testified. Ms. Glasgow testified that she went to your establishment. She asked for an owner or an ABC manager. Your ABC manager who she spoke to, and your ABC manager, she asked your ABC manager for the receipts for the past 3 years. Your ABC manager went into this area that clearly you told him this is where the receipts are, and he gave Ms. Glasgow the receipts that, in his view, because he represents you when you're not in the store, in the establishment, he gave Ms. Glasgow what, in his view, all the receipts for the past 3 years for the establishment. So how is it so if your ABC manager gave us these receipts as the receipts for the establishment? Isn't that correct? Isn't that what he did?
Well, it is correct, but you also remember I call in and do all the purchase, I cut the checks, and again, this kid is 25 years old. He's there for out of compliance to be a manager to make sure there's no over-serving, but as far as all these receipts, he can't wrap his mind around it. So he doesn't do my booking. He doesn't do my book records. So how can you hold him accountable when he is just here as a manager to oversee that, make sure that we're in compliance as far as keeping the receipts, but he's not going to do book record keeping and purchases.
Ms. Trong, what's an ABC man? Isn't it when Ms. Glasgow testified that when she comes to your establishment, she asks for yourself or an ABC manager, isn't that correct? And you were not there, so your representative was there who provided her all the information that he said that she asked him for the receipts. Let me ask you a question, Ms. Trump. Did you authorize your ABC manager? Do you authorize your ABC manager to cooperate with ABRA when they show up?
Yes.
All right. And so therefore, and do you also authorize your ABC manager to provide an ABRA investigator for whatever information that they ask for?
Well, yes. When it comes to just regular inspection, yes. But when it comes to things that the inspector needs to identify and investigate furthermore, I mean, that's just common sense that that's the owner that you need to talk to. I mean, the kid doesn't cut the check. He doesn't order. So how we would know the answer? He doesn't do so. He doesn't cut the employees' checks either. So, I mean.
We're not talking about cutting a check, ma'am. All I'm asking you for is that the ABC, I'm asking the question. The ABRA investigator came to your establishment, asked for a copy of the receipts for the past 3 years. And isn't it correct that you authorized your ABC manager to provide this information to Abra. Is that correct?
It's correct. And like I said, if Ms. Oswell had called me earlier, I will be happy to sit there and work with her through it. In previous inspections, we have the same similar where inspector come in, I show them, they see what she sees, and I explain to them when I'm here, because usually they come late at night, some days I'm here, I'm not, and I'm able to explain it and they get it. So I really don't know how to tell you because I was not there. Had I been there, if she asked me, I would have been there to show her these things and explain to her these are personal use. I commingle because of personal, for business tax issues.
So you commingle your receipts for business and tax issues? Is that what you're saying, ma'am?
No, I mean, like I put it in a location so I can find it. So I know where it is.
So why don't you, if you want to know where it is, why didn't you not, since you said, you tabulate them, it was your testimony that they're tabulated monthly. So why would you not just put an envelope to say business, personal, and put it in the envelope and you could still keep it in the same container?
Well, I'm sorry. I mean, I just thought that was just simpler to keep it in one folder and I can just go grab it. I know exactly where it is because it identifies the restaurant, and so that was my mistake.
Any questions by any other board member?
Miss Crockett, I have a question.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Miss Crockett.
I'm sorry, I don't think you can see me in the sunshine.
Yeah, I can see you, Miss Crockett, go ahead.
Ms. Strong, how long have you been a business owner?
5 years.
And you say that you have an accountant who does the books for your business?
Yes,
Do you have an accountant who does your business taxes?
Yes.
Do you have an accountant who does your personal taxes?
Same person.
And that person has advised you that you should commingle your receipts for your business and your personal expenses?
Objection.
No.
I'm sorry, what's the basis of your objection?
Relevance.
She stated that she commingled her receipts. I'm asking if her accountant advised her of this?
No.
That goes.
If a board member asks, Mr. Martin, it takes a lot to object. But if a board member asks a question, that tells you that the board member has some concerns. And I think it would behoove you to allow your witness to testify so your board member will have a better idea. Because remember, at the end of this, the board's gonna make a decision. And so if you have a board member who has a burning question that they're trying to wrap their mind into, okay, what's going on, to give your client the benefit of the doubt, I think it's best for your client to respond to the question. So I'm going to overrule the objection. If she can answer the question, she can. If she can say yes, no, maybe so. So let's move. So answer the question if you can, ma'am. If you can't answer the question, say you can't.
I thought I did it because it was easier for me. And I knew where to go find it if it was ever questioned. But now knowing that, I would never have done that. But the accountant did not tell me to do this. It was just more simple for me to know where to find it.
Okay, thank you. The spreadsheets that were presented as evidence, you said that you designed those spreadsheets yourself?
I'm sorry, can you
the
kind of say it again?
spreadsheets that identified all of your invoices and purchases, I think going back to 2016, you said that you developed those yourself?
Yes, and I have the receipts to mirror it. Yes.
Where did you pull that data from?
It's from my original receipt.
So your original receipt from Breakthrough, from Capital, you enter it into an Excel spreadsheet, or?
Yes.
Do your distributors have a system that you are able to view your account with them?
No.
No. Okay, I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Crockett. Any other questions by any of the board members? Mr. Louis, any questions of the witness based on the questions that were asked by myself and Ms. Crockett?
No, Mr. Chairperson.
Mr. Martin, any questions of your witness based on the questions that were asked by myself and Ms. Crockett?
None.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Trung. Do you have another witness, sir, you wish to call?
No, we do not.
All right, do you rest, sir?
We rest.
All right. Have both sides have Mr. Louis, I know, do you have all right, so we can do closing. Are you ready to, Mr. Louis, are you ready to do closing, or you need a couple of minutes?
I'm ready, Mr. Chairperson.
Okay. All right, so go ahead, sir. You have 5 minutes. I'll give you 5 minutes to close.
Thank you. The government has proven by preponderance of the evidence that the establishment was in violation of purchasing alcohol from a retailer's license class A, Costco, during the license hours of sale for wholesalers. We heard from Investigator Glasgow that when she visited the establishment to conduct a regulatory inspection, she requested the establishment's invoices, and she got them. She got them from Mr. Alexander Campbell, the ABC manager. Mr. Campbell provided Investigator Glasgow 3 years of invoices. During this regulatory inspection, Investigator Glasgow identified 14 Costco receipts, 9 of which showed purchases during days and times when wholesalers were open. 2 on Wednesday, 2 were from Thursdays, 3 were from Thursdays, and 4 were from Fridays, totaling 9. The law prohibits these purchases on weekdays. It does not give an exception if the licensee is running low on alcohol. There's also no exception for personal use. The only exception within the statute is that you can purchase from Costco on Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays when wholesalers are closed. Those are the only days in which you can purchase from Costco or under a retailer's license class A. And when Investigator Glasgow informed that Mr. Campbell was in violation of this code provision, Mr. Campbell responded that he did not know that they could not shop at Costco. That is also not an excuse or a defense. The government has therefore proven the charge in this notice to show cause, and the government recommends that the board apply a penalty consistent with DC Code Section 25830. Thank you.
Mr. Martin, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. In this case, we would ask you to fine for uproar. In this case, we have an inspection that occurred, as we've noted on the record, without notice, and the board has responded to that. But we would just add that the inspection, or rather the case report, the vast majority of the receipts attached were for periods where the purchase of alcohol would be permissible, and for the limited number that it might be in question, Ms. Trung has credibly testified as to why she made those purchases and why they constituted what might be considered a business emergency, in that Republic or other distributors were not otherwise available to her. Accordingly, we ask you to find for uproar. Thank you.
Thank you. Do the parties wish to file proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law or waive their right to do so?
The district waives.
Mr. Martin?
Uproar waives.
Thank you. All right. Hold on a minute, please. All right, the board will issue a decision within 90 days. So hold on, please. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 20 CMP 0004. I'm sorry. 19 CMP 00173 uproar pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 19 CMP 00173 uproar for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2574B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. I'm sorry. I'm looking at my note. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board, as it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess these proceedings to hold a closed meeting in the ABC Board conference room pursuant to Section 2574B of the Open Meeting Act. Thank you very much for your participation today. And if you give me a minute, let me close the record formally for this case and for the day. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on February 25th, 2021 for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for February 25th, 2021, as published in the DC Registry on February 19th, 2021. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this aforementioned closed meeting pursuant to the Open Meetings Act. Notice will also be posted on the ABC Board hearing room bulletin board, placed on the electronic calendar on ABRA's website, and published in DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. I would like to thank everyone for their participation today. The board will, as I stated before, will take this matter under advisement and will issue a decision. Have a great day. And we are now adjourned for the day. I'll remind all board members to let us return to executive session. Thank you very much and have a great day. All right, bye-bye.
Thank you. Take care. Bye.
Okay.